Good morning, Captain Coder here. It's another beautiful day in the Southwest, 5 a.m. here, and we are waking up to code. Smab, so nice to see you this morning, my friend. How are you doing? Well, I guess it's the afternoon for you, right? The internet's wild. You can talk with people thousands of miles away, which is really cool. We are continuing our work on chucking it down with rain here. It was raining pretty bad in Arizona, and we don't pretty warm here most of the time. But yeah, it was really raining yesterday. My dog was really upset. We didn't get to take him on a walk. We normally get to take him on more walks, so he was very, very unhappy with us in that regard. I did end up taking him on a walk. We got wet. there was a break in it for a little bit, but it ended up coming down on us while we were walking. But it was nice. It was nice. I like getting out. Today we are working on Adventure Quest prototype here. So last time, let's get a sign on in. Last time, let's see what we said we were gonna do last time, what we're gonna do this time. Today we're working on Adventure Quest prototype, finished first draft of character creation scene. Pretty close. We got abilities table, rolling stats, name. We haven't done portrait selection. All right, so sign on. Yesterday, completed abilities table / ability back and ability data model. All right. Added a scene for character creation with which displays the displays the ability table and allows for re-rolling abilities. What else are we gonna say here? So we did yesterday. All right, so today goal, we want to finish character creation scene. What does this mean? We want to have portrait, am I spelling that right? Portrait selection, as well as character builder that actually creates a character, a player character with the given stats name. We're gonna have to add in probably like hit points, add in HP and experience, maybe some sort of like model for hit points, experience. Well, let's not get too crazy. All right, so we're gonna add in a portrait, get the character creator bonus. Add in player stats, hit points, experience, and then inventory equipment. I'm gonna do equipment, not inventory, but equipment, so we know what like items you're carrying. But ideally, that's gonna be like an inventory system as well. So bonus, HP, experience, equipment, and maybe like a status screen. So this is a huge bonus, lots of stuff here. We'll see how far we get, but I definitely want to finish the character creation scene on this. All right, anyone who's watching, if you want to get caught up on where we are, if you want to create your own RPG, follow us, this Adventure Quest, Vivex, hey, you can go to adventurequest.captaincoder.org. This is where I'm publishing this project. All right, so this is currently, if you're watching this, you know, when I write live, if you're watching this live or a couple days later, this is where I am building out this project. So part 1 is chapter 0 is just getting yourself installed. The whole idea behind this project is to teach Unity, teach you how to use Unity. So if you have no experience with Unity, no problem. The whole idea here is trying to teach you good practices in Unity. One of the biggest My biggest annoyances with the existing tutorials on Unity is they start you out just teaching you all these horrible anti-patterns, bad practices that are not going to scale as you go forward. And kids, not just kids, but students and game developers, people get frustrated later on. How do you make something so big, so challenging? It's so challenging to do. So the idea is, how do you manage that complexity? So Captain Coder's Adventure Quest is a project that's designed to help you learn how to manage a project while learning Unity. You do need to know a little bit of programming to start. You don't have to be an expert programmer, but you do need to know variables, Boolean logic, if statements, loops, and methods listed right here. Arrays and lists are helpful, but not necessary. We sort of you'll kind of learn those things as you go. Class is also not necessary, but if you know about classes, good. It's a bonus. But the main idea is learn about object-oriented design principles in C#, how to encapsulate data and manage a bigger project, how to test your code inside of a big project. So if you've done any programming, you might be used to programming directly in like a terminal, or running your program every time you check stuff out. And then using the user interface framework that Unity provides, and the events system. So if you're used to doing Unity programming, if you've done Unity programming, a lot of times you just jam everything into your update method. Don't do that. You should avoid your update method. If you can do it without using your update method, it's better for your performance. It keeps everything more logical for yourself. So this whole project is based off the Unity event system. All right, without further ado, we're gonna keep working on this. We're getting our character creation screen together here. Buybacks. I finally finished a circuit I was working on, and it works. All right, now design like digitally. Curious. I'm just curious. All right. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love doing hardware stuff, but I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad it's not my job. Real hardware is hard. Hardware is difficult. It's got a nice little picture here. Let's check this out. Can I make this bigger? Very nice. Sweet. What's your plans? What are you planning to do with it? Very cool. Very cool. Thank you for sharing. Sweet. One of my former students, I haven't played this game yet. I haven't played it yet, but former student just released their very first game on Steam. Let me go find it real quick. It'll do a little promotion for them. It looks really fun. I just recalled. I haven't played it. Where is it? Let me get this email open real quick. Really excited for them. This is I think they're 15. 15 years old, so they're young, but they just finished their first game project. Here it is, Rocket Escape. It's a physics-based game, so go check it out. It's $8, so I mean, not crazy expensive, but you do have to buy it. Not completely free game, but physics-based like puzzle game. So your character, you have like a rockets. It has like a level editor and everything. So go check it out if you can. Rocket Escape by Compact Square Studios. Super proud of my student for actually finishing this project. I think they've been working on it for 2 or 3 years, and publishing it. This is awesome. This is awesome. So go check it out and give them some little feedback on that. Anyway, since Vivax was promoting the little breadboard he's doing, that just reminded me of how cool it is that I have a student who actually published something on Steam. I've never published something on Steam. Yeah, but I'll post a link to it if anyone's interested in checking it out, and I'm gonna post it on the Discord as well. Okay, so let's take a look here at Adventure Quest. My goal. We got to actually finish this character creation screen. So right now we have roll stats. That's right. So you come to the this is gonna be like where you start off. You're gonna get character creation. Roll the stats to get your abilities and like your ability modifiers, and enter a name. Selecting a portrait is what I want to do next. All right, welcome to lurk mode, Vivax. You're always welcome to lurk, and then pop on back if you ever need anything. Okay, so we are going to. I'm gonna go over to Dolly, generate some portraits that we can use. I do like doing art, but man, am I not particularly great at it. AI generated art, I'm loving. For all sorts of things, but we're gonna generate some portraits. We're gonna try to generate some portraits for a game. So let's see here. See if we can get some. Let's see. Fantasy character. Let's see. Fantasy character wearing armor. With a surly grin. Portrait. We gotta put portrait of a fantasy character. And I always like different types. We'll go with digital art on this one. I think the digital art is like my favorite style. See if we can get some portraits that we can toss in here. Not bad. Wearing armor. Let's try again. Let's see if we can get a second set. Sometimes switching like to paintings and stuff. Ooh, some of these are good. I'm gonna get this one, and this one. Like all of these actually look pretty good. I really like this one. But I wanna. So here's what we do with this. We take it and say, oh, well, I want that head to be all the way in there. So I pull it up, and then I just switch to saying digital art. And then it like sort of fills in the surrounding space. So loving Dolly. There's some other ones that I've been doing I'm really excited about too. There's one called Leonardo that's supposed to be coming out soon. Let's see here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's see if we get a different helmet look on there. Oh, it really wants that to go up like that. All right, well, in that case, we'll go with this one. I like it. And then we're gonna download this, and then we'll trim it up a little bit. Let's put this in my Captain Coder, or actually, let's put this in, hide my drive. I actually don't mind putting it on here, but it just feels a little like maybe I shouldn't reveal everything. I've done it before. All right, we are gonna go to this Adventure Quest. What's the name of this repository here? I actually think let's open up our editor. See what folder is this in. Ooh, text is so small. When I'm not streaming, the text gets much smaller. All right. What folder am I in here? Yeah, I was calling this dice roller initially. See my whole directory path there. You can see what it is anyway. So it doesn't matter. Unity dice roller was the name of this project initially, and we're gonna create a folder here, and we're gonna call this AI art. So the AI art that we downloaded. And we'll just keep this as digital grin. I like that one. This one's pretty good too. We'll edit that, see if we can get the head. So zoom out a little bit to fill in nicely. Digital art. And also get this one started while we're at it. Edit. Then we'll try and get some different styles. Try and do like a bard digital art. Not everyone has to be wearing armor, right? You could do like wizards, that sort of thing. They really like. Ooh, that one looked pretty good. They really like to make it so that you're missing just a little bit. So you have to like generate another one. I think they do that intentionally. Digital Grand 2. And ooh, that one came out good. That one came out really good. I like that. Which one do I like the most? I think I like this one, except helmets. I'm bad at naming these things, but we're just gonna keep pushing through, see what we can get in here. We lost 1 second on my other screen. I lost a thing that I needed. There we go. Okay. So we got those. Let's see if we can get a few more. Portrait of a female sorceress. Female sorceress. In portrait of a female sorceress fantasy. That's the portrait of a fantasy character, a female sorceress with a staff. Digital art. Let's try that. Let's get another one going too. Can have two going at the same time. I wish I wish I could pay a little bit more and have more than two going. Portrait of a fantasy character and a half-orc barbarian with a ponytail. Digital art. Oh, this one. Some of these came out good. I wish this one wasn't as blurry, but we're gonna use these. It's a little blurry, but I'm okay with that. Sorceress. That one needs no editing. We'll edit this one a little bit. Pull this up. Digital art. We got a bling. Keep going here. Ooh, I like this one too. Generate digital art. If you leave the whole description in there, it tries to like fill in the whole whatever that description is. So if you wanted to say, oh, add a sunset or something behind. I don't like that one that much. A little bit too funky. Let's see if we can get one without text in there. Ugh. I don't like any of these. Alright, so we'll drag it up a little bit more. Oh, that one looks great. These are all essentially similar. Let's see which one do I like the most. Like that one. Except download Sorceress 2. Ooh, that came out alright. I think I like that one the best. Alright, save as Sorceress 3. Okay, and let's take a look. Ooh, there's some good ones here. Alright, well, I'm editing those. Let's get another one started here. Portrait of a fantasy character. A dwarf. With a shield. Digital art, generate. I like pretty much all of these. I'll edit this. I honestly, if I could, I'd put in my game like ooh, that would be so cool in the game to like have it generate portraits and you like type in I have like some preset typed in things like this, but you can add in like a little descriptors or like select from drop down box descriptors and it will generate. That would be cool. Maybe I'll do that as a project. Really like this one. This one came out really nice. Digital art. Move it up a little bit more just to... I'm gonna have to go in and trim these down anyway. That one works out of the box. Kind of the eyes are a little weird. That's okay. Orc. That one looks good too. half or 2. All right. That looks good. I like the one with the little. Maybe? I think I like that one best. Download half or 3. We'll go with that one. Don't like the little thing in there with them, but that's okay. I could edit that out, I suppose. I could be like, I don't like that. So Dolly has some cool editing features like this. And we just say, all right, fill that in, and hopefully it'll fill it in with not another little thing like that. I just want it to be sort of blank in there. Okay. Then, okay, all right. And then let's get another thing going. Let's get some more females. Female, monk. Ooh, I like a monk ninja. Like when I think of monk, I don't want like I want like a fighting monk. A female, monk fighter. Let's try that. And I want to also. I'm gonna need to see. It does weird stuff like that sometimes. I don't want. There we go. Have little spaceships in there instead. All right. Half or 4. So we're gonna keep generating some nice digital art for us. The dwarves. This one's cute. We'll take these. We'll just go ahead and put them all in there. I think some of those came out good. This isn't quite what I wanted, but it'll work. This will work. We'll take a closer look at these. That one looks like it's going to be a little bit awkward to use. What did I want? Probably got enough portraits here to just make my editor edit. That forehead is a little tall, so I'm hoping if I do digital art here, it doesn't make some weird head. This one works, I think, out of the box. Female monk. This one's so cool. Generate. Oh, we'll go ahead and just take that one out of the box. Work. We'll make that one. We'll pull it up a little bit. Digital art. Let's see if we can get the full helmet in there. Digital art. Keep this cute dwarf character. Dwarf 2. Alright. Alright. Parade. That one will work if we need it. I like this one the best, and I'll just crop that out there. Dwarf 3. And can we get... That one looks pretty good. Yeah. Download as Dwarf 4. Beautiful. She came out good. Female monk 2. Thought something weird like that might happen. That's kind of cool. Female monk 3. Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna stop there. I think I have plenty for now. Ideally, I'd want like maybe 100 different portraits for my students to just like plop into their game. But now I have to like actually edit these down. So let's just do a couple here. Open with GIMP, because I want them to get them down to a maybe I don't need I need them to be, and they need to be square, I think. At least they need to be square. I kind of want them to be 512 by 512, so let's see what that image scale. Pretty wide. Maybe I don't need to be 512. Maybe they can be 1024 by 1024. Let's see what happens. We'll go down to 512. Let's scale that. Then if they get scaled up, 512. Here, let's go to 1. Yeah, 512 at 100% is this size on the screen. So I don't really need it to be bigger than that. All right, let's crop out a 512 box on this guy. We'll do there, and then we're gonna edit out this weird thing in the top here. So let's see if we can use the sort of clone tool. Make this, can I make it bigger? I'm gonna clone this. I'm gonna click there, I'm gonna clone there. Boom. Easy, easy. All right, so we'll save this as export as. We're gonna put this in our actual assets. We'll create a new folder here, create folder portraits, and we'll call this hard to pick a good name for these, but we want to be consistent because we're gonna be like portrait 1, portrait 2, portrait 3, portrait 0 0, or we'll do, let's do 0 0. We'll do 3 0 0 0 0 0. So be like our index into them. Export. All right, let's get another one. Discard changes. All right, next. Make a new folder so I can know which ones I'm done. Finished. I like to keep the originals, but we're done with that one. Let's get this digital grin guy here. Image, scale image 512. Okay, and then we'll crop out 512. Oh, it's interesting. It's this one. This might be a little too tall for what I want. So we want them losing a little bit of the helmet at the top, I think. Yeah, that's okay. Export as dice roller assets, sprites, portraits, 0 0. Come on, 1. Really? I don't know what I did. That it's being an issue there. Let's try again. Export as. Add it to my favorites over here on this side, I think, to make it easy to get here. Sprites, portraits. All right, so now I can just click there. I'm gonna call this one. There we go. And let's keep going here. Get through a couple of these. Okay, I really want to get, which ones are my favorites? This one was one of my favorites for sure. So let's get that one in here. Hello. Oh, it just, that's not what I want. All right, we gotta close this. I want to open it as a brand new image. Oh, this one's great. Image, scale image. Maybe I don't want it. Maybe I want it slightly bigger than square. Because the square here, I think is gonna limit me. Oh no, that's okay. It's just that one. Oh, this one's awesome. Looks so good. Portraits. 002. Okay. Let's get in. I like this one a lot. Image. Yeah, maybe I don't need to scale them all the way down to 512 width if they're tall. So what I could do is I could say, okay, well, I want a square. So 512 I don't know. I'm not the greatest at this. I want sort of like this. If I did 10, oh, I could do this. And then sort of scale it down. That's gonna work out well anyway. All right, kind of. Yeah, so I don't want this one to be, let's see what, image, scale image. Let's try going to 7, what is it? 512, 7 something. What's 512 plus 256? 512 plus 256. Can't do math. 768. I knew that. 768. And now if I try 7, well, I'm filled. Why can't my brain handle this? Well, it needs to be that I can get one like this, I think. I want to get it tall. So if I don't go as... Hang on. I want... Maybe I just need my portraits to be taller. Sort of want to get this whole aspect. Image, scale image. So the top, I might have to do this. This is what I would do. I could scale it down to this. Yeah. All right, so I could do the following. Let's undo all the scaling, and then I get the size that I want. I say, okay, well, I want to crop something. I want this to be my picture. Okay. And then I could do the following. I could export. I don't want to overwrite the original. Feel Monk cropped. And I could load it back into Dolly and have it fit out the sides. So I could do this. I gotta navigate back here. Get Unity Dice Roller. AI art, and it was female monk cropped. Oh, tell me now I have to crop it? What the heck? Skip cropping. That's what we do. All right, and I want to. Yep. Okay. Oh, I gotta hit check. I want to add in. That's so interesting. Oh. All right, so now. Hang on, image, scale image. I need to take this and go down to 1024. This. All right, here we go. Now we'll overwrite that cropped. All right, let us try again. Upload our cropped image, skip cropping, and now we say check. Now we say, okay, fill in. We can give it, make it that size, digital art. And now we'll have a square image that we can use for our portrait. And we'll use up all my credits. You get 115, it's not bad. It's $15 for 115 generations. It's not horrible. I've hired artists before, so it's much less than hiring an artist for sure. All right, and especially just for prototyping. All right, I like this. So female monk 4. Okay, and then I should be able to open female monk 4 and just scale it down. Scale image to 512, scale, perfect. File, export as portraits 003. Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I'll probably have a whole day with my students where we generate portraits and then we just sort of combine them all together into one big thing. All right, so I have a couple of portraits now. Let's mark the ones that are finished. And we could do this all day, but I need to make some more progress on the actual project itself. So once this is done here, all right. So we'll start with. Oh, I got to switch back to my scene. We're gonna say that this image is now part of our sprite portraits, and we'll hook this image in there. Great. Okay. And the idea, I need a different background too. This blue background is horrific. Let's see if we can get Dolly to generate us a nice video game background. All right. It's always hard to do this. Background. Why am I? My C key. There you go. Background. Scene of a tavern. Of a medieval tavern with tables. Light, bright colors. Let's try digital art as well. So the Leonardo AI, supposedly you can like upload assets and say, I want things to look sort of like this. Medieval is hard to spell, yeah. I before E, except sometimes when it's not. All right, I like this one. The colors might not be bright enough, but we're gonna make this sort of the background here, so it needs to be a little bit wider. So we're gonna edit this, and we'll see if we can get it to fill in here. If you put it just over here on the side, it'll generate a brand new image. You want it to mimic and match up with this, so we just put it to the side a little bit and click generate. So we're gonna see if we can get a nice image here, and then we'll crop out. Dota, so nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, medieval is hard to spell. That came out pretty nice. Let's see if any of the other variation. Ooh, I don't know if I like. These are good. Excited and sad. Being sad, I'm sorry you're sad. What are you excited for? What are you sad about? I'm curious. I'd love to know. I think I'd love to know. Maybe I won't. Maybe I wouldn't love to know. Let's go with this one. Mixed emotions. I always have mixed emotions about varying things. It's a fair thing to say. Digital arg. I'm glad it knew I meant art and not arg. Work is where, oh, you're back at work, your vacation's over. Yeah, I go back next week, so I'm scrambling to get all of this stuff together. I'm really happy with my my project page though, so thank you again for all of your input and feedback there. I really appreciated it. I shouldn't say appreciate it, I appreciate it. Okay, this is good. Let's generate some stuff down here. I'm hoping this will work as a background. I'm a little worried that it is going to clash horribly with all of the stuff in the scene, but let's see if we can get something going here. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Feel free not to answer. I splashed coffee all over myself. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking? And of course, if you mind me asking, no need to respond. All right, let's see if we can get a nice image here, and then we'll see if we can crop this out to be our aspect ratio, and then put it in as a background. It's gonna be too busy, I think. I could have this, but I'm gonna need like an overlay, some sort of shadow drop. This is hilarious because it's like an optical illusion. We'll go with that. All right, we'll try this as tavern background. Yeah. Open with GIMP try cropping this a little bit. So if I were to take this 1920 by 1080, all right, and find a good spot in here to crop out. I think this top corner feels pretty good. Let's try again. 1920 by 1080. Doesn't look like it actually. 1080. All right. Let's try this top left. I don't like it. 20 by 1080. We'll try that. Export as, not in our parts now, but we'll create, ooh, we do have a backgrounds folder. Tavern background, export. Export. All right, let's add in an image here. UI image, background. Interesting in Unity, it kind of makes sense. It draws things from top to bottom, so you got to put your background all the way at the top there. I would expect, you know, in my brain, I want the things that are lower to be ordered further behind. But we're gonna make this thing so that it stretches to take up the whole space. And then we're gonna add in our background to it. All right, so I can take this, add that source image. That actually doesn't look awful. I am amazed that that does not look awful. What does this look like full screen? Maximize. Okay. That is not terrible. I am gonna add in some, so these things, I'm gonna put in a parent object and add a little like shadow on them. So put them inside of like a panel that has like a some mildly transparent and opaque thing on it. So we'll center that. We'll actually have this thing stretch. And then these things just need to get repositioned inside of it. This portrait. Anyway, let's add in, I think I can just add in an image to this, and I can make the material transparent and black, like a darker, like that. And then rather than having it be the full, yeah, so we'll say that. Okay, well now we're gonna have padding. Give it a, let's try 50 on each side. Yeah, so it's sort of like a dialogue that shows up over it. And then our portrait, give it a little padding, 2020, like that. And our abilities box. These sort of should be, I'm not sure where I want this, but we'll put it there for now. All right, that doesn't look bad. All right, my friend Dota, don't work too hard. Don't work too hard. I look forward to, oh no, I was editing outside. I was in play mode. All right, copy and paste that. We gotta stop. And if I just paste this stuff in, does it, oh, I need to make it so when I'm in play mode, it has a different look to it. All right, I haven't, all right. Unity change color in play mode. This should be by default. I haven't done it for this version. Play mode tint. So if you edit things in the scene while you're in play mode, when you exit play mode, it undoes all of your changes. So you can set it so that way it, you can make it not possible to do that, but I like to add in a tint. Play mode tint. Play mode tint is useful. It's not very obvious. Make play mode tint more obvious. Edit. preferences. What's going on here? Tint. Yeah, so play mode tint is like nothing, so let's make it obvious. So now if I'm in play mode, it's like, all right, don't touch anything. You're about to break something. Although that tint is a little horrific. Let's change that. Preferences. Can I edit it while it's running and see what it's gonna look like? Yeah, so we'll go with I see why they do. I usually do like an orange-ish. All right, there we go. There's my play mode tint. So now I know, don't edit, don't do anything important with that tint on. All right, that's a tip that this will be like one of the first things you learn. Don't edit in play mode. You learn that very quickly. It's very painful to learn it over and over again. All right, but let's, all right, UI, image, background. Put that in. Do this again, stretch in all directions, background. I'm really happy that the tavern image looks so nice. Okay, and then let's add in here I wanted to add in a little bit of these things in an empty parent. This is gonna also stretch in all directions, but it's gonna have a 20, 50, 50, 50, 50, and have a mild overlay. Image, make this image black with an opacity, so the text, everything that appears on it will be a little bit easier to read. And let's move our portrait top left corner, give it a little padding, 20, 20. Oop, don't want that. Width, height. Okay, and error message should be centered. And our abilities, we're just gonna stick that next to, I'd use this tool, I think. I get it to snap? Let's snap in a second ago. Abilities, what tool was it on? This one, rect tool. There we go. Yeah, using the rect tool, you can like snap things sort of together. Okay, and we will hide our error message. What does this look like? There we go. Not too bad. Still a little bit hard to read. So maybe I should make the overlay a little bit darker. Like that. Okay. You can also make it so that the text, all right, let's put an image in here in our actual portrait. Portrait, should edit that guy. I love this one. That's my favorite one. That one looks so good. Okay, so we have our abilities, can re-roll our stats. What else do we need? Maybe a character description and like a hit points. Okay, what did I say? Oh, I need to actually be able to switch this. All right, so I kind of need to like group together. You need to create an asset that has all portraits. That's sort of part of this scene. So we are going to create a prefab. Character, create, prefab, portraits, like that. And really, it's just gonna have a reference to all of our portraits. So we're gonna add a component. We're gonna create a new script. Scripts, UI, I think. It's either UI or controller. I can't decide where I want to put it. Or maybe even new a folder called database where it's like all of the, I think it's UI because it's an image. We're gonna do, in UI, we're gonna create a thing called sprites. I don't know if this is the best way to do this, but this is the way that I've done it in the past. We don't want to have to like dynamically load in our images, because then you have to put them in like a special resources folder. It's a little bit awkward, although that could be useful if you want to allow your players to add their own assets, their own portraits. So maybe we want to do that, but I'm not going to do that for this. We're going to create a thing called portrait. What's a good word? I want like portrait sprites. I guess portrait sprites. It's just going to have a thing that has a list of all sprites available, and maybe it should just be called sprites. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Call a sprites database. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Sprites data base. Sprites database. And the idea with this thing is you can give it like key value. It's going to be like a dictionary essentially, where it has the ability to look things up either by an index or by a key value pair. All right, so this is going to be called sprites. Sprite database. All right, I keep changing the name. Sprite database. So we want to be able to look up sprites. Dictionaries don't serialize in the editor, so we have to do a little bit of fancy, not fancy, a little bit of annoying work, actually. Sprite database. So I'm not sure if this is the best. This is like the quote unquote, Unity best practice. This is definitely not how I would do it in just like a pure C# way. But under the hood, there will be a dictionary. So there's going to be a private dictionary from string to sprite. And this is going to be the database. All right. And then we have a couple options here. So the exposed thing, we need like a database, a database entry class for it. So it's going to have a public list. It's going to have a list of database entries. So what I want to do, let's add a namespace to this. Namespace adventure quest dot UI dot, I think it's just UI. It might need to be under like UI.data. We'll just put it in UI for now. Not a sprite database, but I kind of need a class that is a sprite entry. All right, and this is going to be a serialized class. And it's going to have two fields in it essentially. It's going to have a public string key, like name, something like that, key or name. That, and really the only reason I want to have a setter on this, I want to be able to make them in the inspector. So this should be a serialized field. Okay, and then we have another entry here, which is a sprite, which is the actual sprite. Okay, field sprite, serialized field. And you don't really need a constructor here. Oh, not what I wanted to do. I wanted to hit the format button. All right, let's format that. Let it load for a second. Format. Hit format too soon, and now it doesn't know how to format anything. I gotta reload the window one more time. Loading, loading, loading. Now wait. There we go. Little bug there that if you format too soon, it like won't load the C# interpreter tool for doing all of the IntelliSense on it. But yeah, the idea is sprite entry, string name, sprite. But I might want to use this thing outside of the editor, so we'll go ahead and make it this way. It's literally just a tool for talking to it this way, but it's like a little helper class so that we can make the following thing. So in our editor, so our sprite database is going to have a private list of sprite entries. I know this seems dumb. It seems really dumb. And entries or data, or database. Let's call it database. Get private set. And this is serialized to our scene. And what we do is, oh, this should be public. What we do, maybe it needs to be private, I don't know. It's nice to be able to, maybe not, I'm gonna make it private actually. Private entries, like this. Okay, so when this thing starts, it's gonna build up the dictionary, so we have it at runtime. We need it, but we really won't need it at runtime all that often. But it will allow us to look things up by these keys, and they have like a big stupid file with a bunch of entries to these things. There has to be a better way to do this, but I don't know it. So potentially some room for looking things up here. But this is public void start. I'll do protected. And the idea is we, for each sprite entry in entries database dot database of entry dot name equals sprite. So you build this thing up this way, and this should really be a singleton. So this should be a private static entry.sprite. So ideally this is like one of these things. You really want this to be a singleton. Maybe not. Maybe you might want multiple sprite database. Actually, it shouldn't be a singleton because it's a sprite database, and we'll have like a subclass that is our portrait sprites, our weapon sprites, our armor sprites, that sort of thing as we go down the line. So we build this thing up in this way, and then it has a couple things here. So the interface essentially is going to say public virtual. So we're going to make it so if we subclass this, we can potentially modify. I don't even know if we need to modify it that way. Public sprite get. We need to be able to access a sprite string. I think it should just be called get. So you have two options. You can get it by a string. Okay, and so if you do it by the string, we're gonna do if database dot try get value key out sprite results return result. So if we can get it, we do that. Otherwise, we throw an exception. Throw new system dot. What is the exception that get throws? Database get. I I think it's just an out of bounds. Should be like an index key exception. Really, it's an out of bounds exception. I just want to make sure there's an out of bounds, not an index out of bounds. Out of range, out. Argument out of range exception, I think is the right one to do here. No sprite with key. No sprite bound with key. What does this say? When should I do things? It doesn't tell me when I should use it. That's okay. We'll go with that one for now, and we'll see if we can find the correct exception to throw. But we also want to be able to do it by index. Public sprite get int from an index here. And this is how we are going to use our portrait. So you can like cycle through, you click next, 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 and it sort of just says, oh, get the next index here. And in this case, we're gonna just return, I suppose I could just have it database at key, and it will, yeah, I'll do that, and it'll just, Porflis, my friend, happy, what's today? Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. How's your first-person shooter going? Or are you building a full person shooter, or is that just a fun little test? Or a trainer? Your first-person shooter trainer was pretty cool. And in this one, it's gonna be entries at ix.sprite. Gotcha. Okay. Pretty cool stuff with it, though. I was. It's cool. It's cool that you did that. We're gonna do int. What would this be? Entry or count. We'll do a count here, and this is just gonna be entries.count. And then we also want a public list string keys, database.keys. Dot toList. I think this is really what I want. So does this know to using link? All right, I'll have to figure out what to do with this for my students. Maybe we leave this out. But this is sort of what I want. I want to be able to get the count, all of the keys, and then the indexes, so you can sort of see all of this information if you need to. Yeah, thanks for popping in, Core. Nice to have an audience sometimes. What's interesting is I didn't realize it, but those are going over the edge a little bit. So their position must be, it's based off center. I want this to be based off the top right. This one should be based off the top right. Why is that floating out? That's fascinating. The background, this overlay. Huh. Oh, I need to change my pivot to be there. There we go. There we go. And then this should just be based off the width of the thing next to it. I have some stuff happening today. I forgot which is which. Well, don't do that. 20 goes up. Oh, so I need to be down, so negative 20. So put it at 0. Yeah, I wanted to indent this. All right, this should be indented by negative 20. Okay. Negative 20. I get confused. So in Unity, it uses, down is negative and up is positive. Like, on graph paper, like if you're talking in graph paper land in a two-dimensional plane. In computers, I always think up is down because row and column. So that's always a really confusing thing for me when I'm working with UI stuff. Let's make this 500 and 20 maybe. And let's have all of the elements in it centered, top center, upper center. There we go. Like that. And this thing made it have some padding apparently, which is fine. Yeah, Cartesian graph is fine. It's just my brain, I live in terminal land. I do text programming so much that I often get myself all confused and kind of mixed up. This is looking reasonable. And then I wanted to make it so this, wish I could anchor to the thing next to it, but we're gonna make this go to 520 because that's how wide our portrait is. Yeah. So 520 plus 20, so 540. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I was working on my sprite database, right? So in my prefab here, portraits. Really, I need to do, I'm gonna create, I don't know what to do with that. Prefab character portraits. This is like our, sprite database. And we're just going to add in all of our entries, which I kind of hate. I would normally write like a Unity editor tool to do this, to load it up rather than doing it manually, but we're going to go ahead and do it manually for this time. We're going to add this guy in, this guy, this guy, this guy, and the name. Ooh, we need to make sure that these keys are unique. And this is dumb, but we're gonna do 0, 1, 2, 3. That's right. So we need a little exception here that says when we spawn this, if database dot contains key entry dot name, throw new system dot I want like a state exception, but it's called something else. Exception invalid, argument null, missing field. I always forget. Invalid program exception, not quite what I want. It's like in Java it would be an illegal state exception. What are they called? System exception. What is the equivalent here? What's the one we're supposed to use in C? C# illegal state exception. What is their equivalent? Invalid operation exception. This exception that is thrown when a method is an invalid call is invalid for the object's current state. It's not quite what I want. Sort of like illegal argument. This should be just, I think, it's kind of an argument exception, but it's when it starts. I'm gonna go with argument exception. Entry, another Stack Overflow, page save day. Duplicate keys found. Duplicate key found. And we're gonna go with entry dot name and wrap that in some Some curly braces. I didn't know I could do that. That's cool. Okay, if I try to format this, is it gonna? Okay, cool. Cool. All right. And so I should come up with some better names for these. Maybe I'll just do armored male. Yeah, so I'll do knight 1, knight 2, monk 1, monk 2. All right. Anyway, the idea is I need to be able to get references to these things. So I have this prefab for all my portraits. So in the player character, this scene is going to have access to that prefab. So it has all of those. But then when you switch scenes, it should, it won't need it. So it should sort of unload it. I think that's how that works. And so this thing's going to have a script that's sort of like a portrait selector on it. So we'll add in a new script. In our script UI, this one's going to be like a controller, I think. Character, create C# script. This is going to be our portrait selector. Okay. And we're going to attach that to our portrait. And it's going to let us switch the image that it currently has. So it's going to have a sprite database attached to it so it knows, you know, how to loop through it. Attaches to our portrait. Portrait selector. And we'll open this up, close all of these things. Portrait selector. And what are we doing? Public or private portrait sprites database. What package should I put that in our UI? Studa, what's up, my friend? Thank you for popping in. So nice to see you. How's your? I'm assuming you're on vacation. I'm not sure. How was your holiday? Happy New Year. Let's see, where are we going here? For anyone who's curious, Suda Gaming is one of my biggest supporters. It's awesome. They're always trying to get me to be, you know, out there, which I love. They want me to do some YouTube shorts, and I just don't know how to do them. If anyone has some good ideas on how to do YouTube shorts, I'd love to do it. Suda Gaming does some awesome video work. I think Suda Gaming, is it right? You have like a marketing agency. I think that's super awesome. Super cool. Let's see here. So if you're looking for someone to make like YouTube shorts for you or something like that, feel free to reach out to Suda. Suda is Gaming on Twitch. I think it's Suda Gaming on YouTube. Is that right? Feel free to reach out to them. I think they'd be happy to try and hook you up with some marketing or just give you some ideas on how to do YouTube shorts. I feel like I'm just an old person. I don't know. I was like, I don't even know what a YouTube short is, really. I don't watch them. I think it's kind of like TikTok. This is me showing I'm not that old. I'm only 34. Am I 34? I'm either 34 or 35. I don't know. Don't remember. Sprite database in Adventure Quest UI. All right, so we're going to add this Adventure Quest UI. Or using adventurequest.ui. I think that's what I want. I want access to a sprite database. Practically a baby, Smab. Yeah, that's right. For everyone, Smab is our local C# expert, programming expert. It goes way back to you know, back when C++ was new. Sprite database. You got a lot of experience. Let's put that in there, Smab. My dad always liked to say, 21 with 47 years of experience. Let's see, Sprite database, portrait database. Back when C was new. That's fabulous. Field, serialized field, portrait database. And the idea, we need like a next and back. All right, so public. Yeah, so we'll do private. Int current portrait. Current portraits. Oh yeah. Current index. Start that at 0. And we want, let's see, a button here. Okay, yeah. So we want to report when we changed it. So public, we need an event. Public Unity event sprite on change. Okay, so when our sprite changes using Unity engine events. So here's the thing, core, Suda, I love all the support you guys have. I am honestly, and I'm being dead honest, so like I got like, people are pushing me like, you should become a Twitch affiliate. I don't want to be I was looking into it. If I become a Twitch affiliate, I have to have ads on my channel. I don't want ads on my channel. There's like a barrier to entry if you have ads on a thing. Maybe if I blew up, I might consider it, but I'm not really trying to grow. I'm doing this Twitch stuff because it's fun to like talk with people. I think if it got too big, I wouldn't be able to like chat with people as much. Maybe I'm wrong, but I like, there's this mild intimacy where you have, just a few people who you're talking to, enjoying. I don't want to get giant. I don't want to be internet famous either. More than anything, I just want to put my stuff out there, let people use it. So it kind of scares me a little bit to get big. That's not to say streaming is very addictive. I very much enjoy it. But my whole goal is to teach people. I want people to be able to learn and see the process of what's going on. And more than anything, it's for my students. Get private set. All right, so current index on change. Okay, and then we are gonna do our click here. So public, so protected void start. We are going to, when we start, we're going to go ahead and just tell anyone who's listening to us that, hey, we're using the portrait database.get at current index. My dad is cooler than me, apparently. Yeah, my dad's into YouTube big time. He does, he's like really into shorts and stuff. And he's been doing YouTube for years, probably 10 years, something like that. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. Protect void start. He does his YouTube. He does like art. He does fun with art on YouTube. So FART, really mature. But fun with art. He does fart jams is what he does. Let's see here. Public void next. And this is gonna update our current index. Equals, and then we want to current index mod, current index +1. And then we mod by portrait database dot count. It seems like he has quite a few, you know, there's some fun stuff on there. I really like his art stuff. He's better than me. That's fair. That's fair. Look, I'm not trying to be good. I come out and say right away, hey, look, I'm not the best. I'm doing this more than anything for my students to be able to watch the process if they want to, and also to keep myself honest in making sure I get work done. And in some ways, it, you know, as far as socializing goes, I'm pretty introverted. So this is like a fake way to socialize with people. And I don't know if fake's the right word, but it's a way to socialize with people without having to like leave my house. I know it's a little sad. And then we're going to invoke here portrait database.get current index, like that. Public void prev. And then we're going to wrap around here. Current index equals current index -1. What's the right way to do that if I mod? Cool, man. Thanks for popping in. Have a beautiful day. See ya. We'll do current index less than or equal to 0. It goes to portrait database.count -1. Otherwise, current index -1. All right, and then on change, invoke portrait database current index. All right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I work. I most of my work is remote work too, so I do get to do socializing with work remotely, but I don't socialize with people in person all that often. And interestingly enough, this has created an interesting amount of socialization. I'm excited to stream. I'm excited to go like, oh, I'm gonna go, program and be able to chat with some people, or at the very least record myself and other people can see what I'm doing. All right, so I have this next and previous. So we're gonna register our portrait here on the actual image is gonna be registered here, I believe. So I can come here and I say on change, the image will get set, and then the portrait database is this here. And then we need to add in some buttons. All right, so we're gonna add in a child here, create empty buttons, and we're gonna have a forward and back button. And so we're gonna stretch. Oh, well, I think it will automatically. Oh, I have to do this. Preferred layout element. Portrait. This thing doesn't. Force, control size, width, and height. I don't want to control height. Undo that. Control the undo width, but that'll make this thing be maxed out. All right, then we're gonna put 2 buttons inside of this. So it's gonna have the previous and next button. UI button, 2 buttons in there. Like that, and this will have a horizontal layout, so we'll space them out there, and we will control the width and height, and we'll add in some spacing, 20, and the height, go with 50. Okay, I like that. And then maybe not 50. Let's try 64 with our font size in there being 48. And we'll say prev 48. And this one will be next. Next button. Rev button. Let's add some spacing on this too. These need more space. Okay. All right, that looks okay. And then we register those buttons on our portrait. Oh, no. So we're gonna add our portrait to the buttons. Now when the buttons get clicked, we are gonna say portrait selector dot next. That one's previous. And this one will be portrait selector dot next. All right, so let's see how we did. What? Oh, I'm zoomed in. All right, so next. All right, so now we have a portrait thing here. If we add more elements to our portrait database, it will go ahead and make it so we have more portraits to select from. Not bad, not bad. What were my other, is that all I need to have like a character builder now. So we need to sort of be able to say create character. I need a button that's like, all right, I'm done rolling my stats. Give my character a name. Here. Take a break here in just a second. I just ran out of coffee. I need a little bit more coffee. I kind of want to have a thing that says like total amount rolled as well. So you can have like an idea of how good your roll was, how average it was. Because if you have like a really low number, you don't want it. So this would probably be pretty average. You want to keep rolling until you get something good. So let us add in here in our abilities table, I want to add in a text element. And I want it between the buttons, and it's going to tell us our total. And I think I want it to have actually be create an empty parent here. Total. Maybe I'll make it just one of our labels, but I kind of want to have it say like, so this layout element, flexible height. We'll see. Hang on. The things inside of it. Add component. Horizontal layer. There we go. So the first component. All right. Control child width and height. This one is going to be aligned to the right, and it's going to be the total. So it'll be like 20. Yeah, so maybe I do want it to be another one of these. Let me ability score. I think I want it to be one of these actually. Yeah. But then we'll detach it, prefab, unpack, and it's actually going to just say total. Total. This is going to be empty, and then, oh no, this one's going to have a number in it, and then the modifier will just be blank. Or we can actually say like what our total modifiers are. Ooh, I like that idea. So this ability score label, but it doesn't use an ability score label on it. It's going to be like the total. Although maybe I can add a new, no, because if I add a total enum type to it, yeah, so we're going to make a subclass, I think, of ability score label. Let's go to our ability score label. It's part of the UI. And I want to make a subclass of this. Ability total score label. And it's going to be a subclass of this. And essentially, we need to override. So it's going to ignore whatever ability it's set to. Won't be able to instantiate it, and it's gonna override this, which means in our ability score label, we need to make this a virtual method so it can be extended. So this will be a great opportunity to say, hey, this is how we do a little bit of inheritance. This is how inheritance kind of works and how you can get it to be a little bit nicer. All right, let's get these errors here. Ability score. Oh, this needs to be total score label. We don't change any of these. Instead, we need access to that, so we'll make it protected. Modifier label. Or can add a method to be able to set it, since I'm gonna be make it protected. Yeah, these need to be protected. Need is a strong word. We could potentially. All right, and so our score label becomes the sum of our abilities. So we do int total equals 0, abilities dot for each ability. In our abilities table, we could add just like a totals. Let's see what that does. See if that makes sense. Int total, like this, and this is gonna be have a get. I'm gonna do that there now. Int total equals 0 for each ability score in abilities. When I construct this thing, I can just make a nice, do that actually. Total equals total, like the get. And when we initialize, I'll keep track of it here. Int total equals 0. Can I do this? Total equals 0. Total plus equals ability dot do this. Why can't I get? This should be scores. No, it should be scores of ability. There we go. Can I do that? All right, so now my scores label becomes ability.total.toString modifier. Oh, I'm gonna have to calculate that anyway here. All right, so let's undo that. I don't want abilities. All right, so I don't need a total. Maybe I do want a total. I can do a total modifier. Public int total modifiers. Total modifiers equals 0. Here's what I'm gonna do. Ability score equals this. Score And then here we'll do score total modifiers, what's equals score dot modifier. All right, so now we'll get the total modifiers in here as well. So our total score label can be abilities dot total modifiers. All right, modifier equals this, and okay, so I think we got them all. And here we go. Our total here isn't an ability score label. Instead, we want a total score label. And we'll just add these in. What's interesting is we don't need these other things, so it's sort of ignored. Well, let's see how we do. And it needs to be registered on... It's not going to get updated by default, so it needs to be registered here as well. Render. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so if you have a negative in your total modifiers, you're probably doing pretty bad. Yeah, so this like gives you an indicator of, ooh, this is a really good roll. 83 plus 5, right? So if we were to go over to our dice analyzer, we could see what the distribution might be. Ooh, plus 11. That's a really good roll, right? Okay, so this gives you an indicator of how well your rolls are, and maybe we should have a little thing here. Yeah, I'm gonna have a little thing here that will change the color based on this this number here. Okay, so we need a reference to our ability score. So did I make all of these protected? Let's make them all protected. We're gonna make them, if our score is good, we're gonna change the color. So public, private actually, private void, set, update color. I don't know if it's the best way to do it here. Really, I kind of want to do get color. This will be a color. Private static color, color. And it's going to take in an int modifiers. So we'll say if modifiers greater than something, greater than 6, we'll do green. Return color dot. What did I do in the histogram UI data histogram bar? Color.green, yeah. Do colors. It's because it's a method name. What did I call it in my histogram bar? Calculate color. Calculate color. Color.green. Else if modifiers greater than 0, return color.yellow. Else return color.red. So it'll sort of highlight your stat roll here. So then we're gonna do modifier name label.color is equal to modifier label.color equal to score label.color. Man, what do you think about doing this? If you're still hanging out. I kind of dislike doing this sort of thing, but in this case, it like feels reasonable. But it probably makes more sense to break this out into individual lines. I'm just curious. Anyone in the chat, I'm curious. Anyone has an opinion about putting the equals together like this? It always has kind of bothered me that that's a thing you can do. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not, you know, it's like it's a hacky thing to do, right? All right, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna break it out into each. Do you think this situation potentially warrants it? I usually don't even teach students about that because I feel like it's such a bad practice. All right, I'm glad you agreed with me. Sometimes you do like these little tricky things, tricky like intricate detail things. It's kind of like I prefer doing this instead of plus plus. So like I could also do plus plus here like this, but this is potentially confusing. It doesn't necessarily communicate what you want. So I like to do plus one like this. Okay. Let's see if that highlights our score nicely now. Ooh, that's a bad roll. That looks nice. I like it. Maybe I'll make them bold. That last one bold, so you can see how good of a roll it is. Okay. Let's make these bold. My plus 11, I think, was an anomaly. I'm gonna go to my histogram viewer to see what the chances are of getting like the 96. Okay, the red is hard to see. You're right, it is. If it was bigger, so if we're in, so yeah, I need to add a border to it maybe. Let's try. They have. What color might be reasonable? And it might also make sense to just add a panel here, so this whole thing has like a darker background around it. You're right, though. This is really actually quite difficult to read. Yeah, ideally I would want to have like a nice font for over the backgrounds. You can do, so it's going to modify all of my fonts. What I could do is I can modify this to make it so that my fonts have like an outline to it, but it modifies all fonts, not just that one. So now might actually be a reasonable time to add in a custom font for my program. Let's go find a font. Fonts. Free font. And search for adventure. This might be a nice font to use here. Adventure Retro. Let's try that. Create new folder font. So if I have like a custom font, I can add sort of a nice, interesting background to it. Show in folder. Extract 42. Let's see how this font looks in here. So assets, create folder fonts. I also kind of like that the name of the font is Adventure Request. Yeah, absolutely. You can have more than one font. That's why it's like, well, let me add a font in so I can actually create two versions of it. I can create one that's normal and then one that has like bordered. Exactly. So font creator. I'm gonna make a font out of this. Auto sizing will generate the font, and so we can save as. I guess I need to make a folder here. So this should be Adventure Request SDF, and then I'll make a second one. Generate, and then this one is gonna be bordered. All right, so now we can adjust that border, and it won't change it everywhere. I'll create a folder here called raw. We have like a raw fonts in there. All right, so now I should have put this in here much earlier because now I got to actually go through. Oh, I have prefabs. So it won't actually be too horrible to change everywhere. But now I need to sort of say, we're going to attach that font there. In our prefabs, character ability score. These will become our non-bordered version. Let's update our abilities table to use the non-bordered version. Yeah, I should have put this in here earlier because now I got to modify everything, which is clearly a mistake, but that's okay. Let's go to our portrait, character name, label, that, our button text. There's probably an easy way to do this as well, and I just don't know about it. Placeholder text, and these buttons. Bet if I do text, that's it. One of them's a text area. Okay, cool. Change everything. It's a little. The buttons aren't quite right with that, so I'll have to adjust more things. That font's looking all right. Undo that search. Okay, so now these buttons, I think I need to shrink these button fonts down a little bit. 42. Ooh, 40. Oh, 42. Did 21 or something weird. This text 32. 32. All right. On that other button, 42. Looks reasonable. The color's still going to be awkward, but let's see if we can. This is our total label. I guess I should make that a prefab. Yeah. Okay, so our total label. Yikes. Why total label width 100 300. There we go. We can make, yeah, so we should be able to adjust this texture now on here to make it kind of look nice. Make sure everything isn't completely broken. Red's still hard to read, but the blocky font makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, let's go ahead and add in a border on this one. So in our total label, we can make it so that this texture, because I think I have this set to our bordered one. There we go. You can add an outline. Try 0.1. Maybe I want an outline on all of it. Now that I'm using this new font, the outline might look pretty good on all of them. Maybe not. How big do I want my outline? Outline, and then a little bit of a border on it. Let's try 0.25. 0.5. 0.5 is too much. 0.3. I think 0.3 is what we want. And then if we go to our game scene. Still a little hard to read. Let's keep trying here. Outline underlay. Okay, an underlay. Think yeah, this will do it. So I'm gonna offset wide. Give it a little shadow. Yeah, so that'll make it pop out a little bit. Okay, so I think I'm gonna just add that to all of the text throughout. So instead of doing that one, I think I'm gonna add a little bit to all the text to give it a little bit of an outline. So I did a 0.3. And then give it a little underlay as well. I think I need to dilate. Underlay. Yeah, that looks all right. Let's see about that. Does it look fuzzy? Now it looks fuzzy to me. Although full screen it looks okay. Definitely more readable. And you would typically try to roll until you get a nice roll. It looks fuzzy. It's because of the underlay. Let me turn the underlay off. The underlay adds like a fuzziness to it, so maybe it'll be crisper without it. Yeah, I need to change the color. You're right. Or is that font just fuzzy? I'm like leaning into my screen now to see it. Yeah, I was trying a different shade of red. None of them looked particularly nice. Maybe a lighter, like a pink. Maybe a pink that still feels hard to read. It's really the background is the problem. What I could do is just add a panel that goes above this. Really, I shouldn't be putting text on directly on a background like that. Surely I should put it inside of like a nice panel here. All right, so let's see. My abilities panel should probably have in an image that takes up the whole space and is like a nice like background, right? So like maybe like a scroll or something, so it doesn't look so bad. Something like this, and then have it be less horrible. That's pretty bad. Let's see if we can find a nice scroll to put it on. Open game art. Scroll. Dialogue. Wants me as a submitter for some reason. Scroll. Yeah, so maybe I could get this type of background. All right, so maybe I could use this. Log in here so I can add this to my background here. Maybe. We'll think about that one. We'll see if we can find another one real quick. Doesn't look like a dialogue box might be reasonable, but tried to use this one in the past and did not have dialogue box. It's auto-filling me as the submitter, which is funny. Ooh, pinky dialogue. This looks good. Ish. I don't like the border on that. This dialogue might be nice. Defender of the Crown. Yeah. Oh, that's too small. Maybe I like that one. Maybe I can make that one work. Let's see if I can get this one to work. All right. Free RPG GUI. Possible assets. Let's add this to the dungeon crawl. And let's add that in here as a sprite. Done. Alright, and drag it in. Possible assets. Super modern game references, exactly. So we want to say that this is a multi. And not to filter. All right, and Sprite edit, slice, like that. So we slice it out, and then there's something I can do as a texture to like make it scale really nice. So like the inside will scale, but the outside doesn't. Let me, might need to custom physics shape. Skinning editor. Hang on. I might need to actually come over here and edit this and crop out just that piece. Because we want the borders essentially to, we'll see if we can get this to work the way I want. File, export as dice roller assets, sprites, dialogues, small dialogue, export. All right, so I want to Unity sprite editor for dialogue box. We should be a sliced dialogue box. So has anyone tried doing something similar like building a sliced dialogue that will resize to fit within the screen using a necromancer? I know that Unity has this nice way of making it. So for example, my idea, I should be able to attach this image. All right, let's get rid of the color and opacity. Full opacity. And let's come over here. We're gonna make this filter point. I should be able to make it so that it doesn't stretch the outside, it only stretches the inside, but I don't quite remember how to do it. Sprite editor. I think if I just do this. Done it before, it was super cool. The inner part should be here, here, here. I think that's the full inner part. No, it's gonna be drawing that out, so I need to go one more in. Yeah. Yeah. Like that. Apply. Did that somehow do what I wanted? Can I know it's possible. Image type sliced. It does have it. Look at that. Okay. Okay, so I can slice it. I would probably edit this so the border is a little bigger. Maybe I can do that in GIMP. So let's make it a little bit bigger because we're super zoomed in. Let's try making it image. Let's try making it twice as big. Scale image percent twice as big. No filter, so it'll still be pixely. Let's try that, and then I gotta re-slice it. Come on. The inside, let's try that. Sweet, that worked out pretty well. That worked out better than I thought it would. All right, so now maybe our red doesn't look as horrible. It's still gonna look terrible, I bet. After all that, still gonna look bad. Still looks bad. Is it because of the border that it looks bad now? Total label. What I could do... Ugh. There we go. That lighter color doesn't look so bad. I don't like how fuzzy-ish everything sort of looks now, though. But I think I can... I think I can deal with that. Okay. So, in my editor, in our total score label, can I make a new color? Color dot RGB. Can I just do a new color? New color. I gotta type out each component. Unity color from hex. Man, that's annoying. All right. 0x 8b 0x8b. There we go. Reddish. All right, some progress. If it'll load, come on. Well, now. What is that? Color is not setting to this. That's fascinating. But why? Let's keep looking here. Okay, so it should be... It is. What? All right, let's just go with a known red. All right, we'll go with known red, RGB. And see if we can see it that way. Or maybe I just give up and have green and yellow. That is often. Well, that worked. Maybe I just have the wrong color in there. I want this color. This is crazy to me. F 7C 7C. So it's alpha to 1. Okay. Come on. Do the thing. What the heck? Amazes me how slow Unity feels sometimes. Didn't feel as slow before. No. What? Is it? I know, isn't it? Like, I don't understand why it's so bad. I need to get a different font. I agree. It's like this font shouldn't. It's because it's fuzzy, right? So I don't know why it's so fuzzy. I'm assuming that's what you mean, is that it's fuzzy, because I agree. It just is like fuzzy and horrible. Let me find a different font. Well, let me get this. Is it? Color is not updating. Yeah, it looks really bad. I didn't want to switch it. I knew I was gonna find another font, and I don't want to switch it back to the original font, because that will. Because I'm gonna have to change it anyway. Yeah, I completely agree with you that it looks terrible. Maybe this will look better. Font. Let's see if we can get a better looking font. Oh, I think it's because it's like the black on white. Yeah, the black on white does look really bad. Oh, did I mess that up? Hang on, I think I messed that up. Let's try again. Add this here. So we're gonna make this new font. Text Smash Pro font creator. I didn't select Great Adventure. That's what it was. All right, let's see if that looks any better on the buttons. So what does it look like here? $36. Doesn't look awful. What about on the buttons? What do we think of that one, Smab? Any opinions on that? I think it's a little better. Still hard to read. I don't think I like that one either. It's a little bit better, but it's not like, it's not good. Jungle Adventure. Need a different search term here. Neon Adventure notes. Restore. Let's look for fantasy. Quest, maybe? This one came up again. Bequest. Sort of needs to be easy to read as the other thing. Knight's Quest. This reminds me of like Diablo font. Let's try that. Which one of these do I really want? The Q with the... Oh, I don't want that. We'll try this one. All right. Window, Text Mesh Pros, Creator, Knight's Quest. Maybe the spacing's the issue. See if that helps. Let's go to our buttons here. They're all misaligned on there. Like the heights don't match. That's fascinating. Is that in the original font? Let's see what happens if I do a preview here. Previous. Update. Yeah, that's just part of the font. The font, the R. Okay, I don't like that font because they don't line up nice. Readability is important, for sure. Dungeon, maybe? Adventure Quest. Spending a lot of time on this. Castle. Ooh, maybe a Gothic type font. That one I think will be hard to read. Maybe this one. Search for a Gothic font. I like this one. Let's try this one. Absolutely. The amount of time wasted by non-designers doing design. It's horrible. It's like my least favorite. It was when I was software engineer, it was like my least favorite thing to do because no one ever wants to spend the money for a good designer. They're expensive, but man, are they, in my opinion, money well spent. All right, let's try this one here. This is the default size here, 5 generate. Save as. All right, Deutsch. That has the same. Go down to 48. What do we think of that one? That one doesn't look horrible to me. Doesn't look, I don't think that one looks awful. Really, I need to have like some custom buttons made if I want it to look nice. See what it looks like in the rest of these. In our yeah, I find it for the most part quite annoying to. It can be fun. It can be fun, but I find it quite annoying. So like this, I'm not having fun at this point. I'm feeling annoyed. Let's go down to our not histogram. This should be our character ability score label. Ability table. And looks like everything. And let's play around with. Let's see what this. The friggin' yellow color's not happening now either. Like not updating properly at least. Yeah, the using the RGB color is crazy. So when I click over here, it shows. Oh, some color selected. Maybe I'm not. Let me add a little border. Okay, let's mess with this shader one more time. Even an outline. Ooh. No worries, Smab. No worries. You know what? The border is what's making the. All right, so the dice need a non-bordered version. Score fonts. And we're gonna make one. Shrink this down so I can actually see the names. bordered or non-bordered. Okay, so the ones on the dice will be the non-bordered one. Okay, so on our buttons, which are these ones, and probably our name up here, but we'll find out momentarily. We want non-bordered. And everything else, let's go ahead and add a border, because the border looked pretty good. Where did it go? Outline, 0.1, 0.3. On those, as long as they're a little bigger, I think it'll look all right. Let's try making all of these just a little bigger. So if we go into our, this one up here, label 48. And our prefabs, let's go with 48. Maybe not. Abilities table, 48. Maybe that's just where all the fuzz is coming from. What if I did 0.1? What if I don't have an outline but have an underlay? Maybe that's what it needs. We do need to have some padding on this thing though. Padding 30, 30, 30. Oh, 20 is probably enough actually. There we go. That doesn't look miserable. That's what we're going for. It's not miserable. Okay, so now I just got to figure out why when I do this color thing, it's not doing anything. Unity, all right. Unity, new color, not working. Each one will color range from 0 to 1 point F. Oh. Okay. That's why. Okay, when I do color here. All right, what's color 32 accept? Byte. 0x. So the other one was taking in floats. Oh, how horrible is that? Color 32. I can't do... It won't convert these to... Oh, I need one more. 0xFF. Okay. That's so funny. I want to get like a vertical bar to go across this. Maybe my whole, you know, honestly. Let's see here. Be cool to have an animation where it like this whole thing just like scrolls open. All right, so now that looks bad. Total label. Nothing looks good. Nothing. That looks okay. Here, let's go red. What if I just do red, but make it... I don't want the whole thing transparent is the thing, so I want it. Maybe I make it a dark red. Yeah, maybe I do this. That's not terrible, is it? Zero, 9, 6. And I think I'm gonna not change the total, the name, that you just sort of see like, oh, this thing is bad. Oh, and I did say like an hour ago I need to get some more coffee. All right, let's try again. Hard to read, but not impossible. Thank you, Smab. All right. I think I like this. I'm not in love with the font, but I feel like it's not miserable. So we're going for not miserable these days. All right, so not miserable. I think the alignment of this abilities. Can I move the abilities here? Please. Abilities move. I thought if I did this, I could. I swear I was able to drag that before. Talib over on YouTube, hello. Happy New Year, happy Tuesday. Happy all the good things. I can snap it this way. Want this to align like that, maybe? Maybe I pulled the name out. Thank you, thank you. I'm struggling here. Maybe the roll button should pop out there and be part of the overlay as well. So the roll button maybe shouldn't be in here. Inside of the... Here, let's try the following. Let's try not to break everything, but I'm probably going to. Create an empty parent here. Call this table. So Talib asks, I have a task at school to make a game / program by using Visual Studio or Unity. I am fully beginner with it. Do you have some tips? So let me ask you a question. Does it have to be a like graphical? Do you have to have a like UI program? I personally, my personal feelings are that attempting to learn how to do Unity and program at the same time is a very big challenge. Absolutely not insurmountable, but you're gonna have a hard time. Anyone, not just you. It's like not gonna be a particularly fun time is how I feel about it. So that's my personal feelings on that. All right, let's remove this image here. And we're gonna put the image just on this inner table. But that said, if you can do just so I'm assuming, do you have to do C#? Let me ask that question. Or can it be any programming language? I love C#, by the way. Dialogues. Like that, we'll add some padding, 20, 20, 20, 20. Okay. So now our roll stats button is sort of on the outside there. That looks pretty nice. C#. So if you're brand new to programming, so then the follow-up question is like, again, do you have to do a graphical program? If not, I always recommend this book, C# Player's Guide. Absolutely great for beginners in programming and visual. If you're doing Visual Studio, it'll work along just fine with it. So C# Player's Guide is an excellent resource for learning to program in C#. I also have like a what I would call an alpha book in production. I haven't finished yet, but I'm writing a book called Adventures in C#. It's more of a workbook, but it will help you learn C# as well. So my middle school students, I essentially piloted it in the class last term and it went great. This will get you all of the basics you need. And so that's fantastic. But yeah, C# Player's Guide is an excellent resource. Highly recommend. Do I want my image, my portrait here to also be in a dialogue? Or maybe I want my whole overlay to be a dialogue? I can't quite decide. Because the portrait... Alright, so now my abilities, if I make this as tall, these things match heights. Sort of looks pretty nice. So I can have this. Not amazing, but not terrible. Yeah. So I almost don't need the like black image thing there anymore. I hope it'll help you too. Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, so you're in university? You're asking about school stuff. So I'm curious if you're in university. Sweet. This looks pretty nice. You can select a portrait, you can do this. I almost need like a portrait image around that. A little like background around the portrait image might make it pop out a little bit better as well. So I need like a picture frame almost. And then have a mask in it. That would be kind of cool. But I'm trying not to get too distracted with details here. What were my goals for today? All right, let's look at my sign-on again. Keep myself focused. Finish character creation, scene portrait selection, as well as character build that creates an actual player object. 10th grade, that's awesome. That's awesome. Are you doing like one of the AP computer science classes? So there's two AP Computer Science class for high school, Computer Science A and Computer Science Principles. I'm assuming you're not doing Computer Science A because that one requires Java. Also, I don't have, let's see if I can get my Discord link to pop up here for me. I'm not, if you're learning to program and you're enjoying the stream and you have questions, feel free to join the my Discord channel. Ask questions. Lots of people there that love to help. Lots of people new to programming. There's a lot of experienced programmers there too. I don't know if a lot's the right word. There's like 30 of us. But it's a fun little community, and I post tutorials and stuff there sometimes. But you can always ask questions. I want to add into my abilities table. Oh no, did this unpack? These are no longer prefabs. Oh no, there it is. Oh geez, that frightened me. I wanted to see if I could add in an image like this to go between these two and make it a element preferred height 1 or 2 pixels and preferred flexible width all the way across. Yeah. And give this thing preferred height, give it a color here. Let's make it a black with a mild opacity. There we go. There we go. Not too bad. Like a college, I choose tech programs, so I have to work with programming and tech almost the whole time. No, if it's like that in the USA. My high schools aren't that the way. Traditional high schools aren't that way in in the United States. And a little bar there. And I have to add something like this. I'm gonna call this a horizontal divider. We'll make that into a prefab. Prefab, create folder UI element. No, I don't think we have anything. I'm sure there are places like that, but I haven't seen that. And then the abilities table. Let's go to that prefab. And we're going to add in a horizontal rule, horizontal divider here, but after. That's annoying. I want it to be, there we go. Oh, interesting. It thickened it up a bit. Because it's stretching everything out. Preferred height. Yeah, because this thing tries to scale everything. What if I put it in here after name? Top row. Force width, force height. Eesh. Oh, this one is, that's why. Okay. Let's change this to remove this, and we'll change that to be a vertical layout group. And control child width and height. And our name, add in a layout element, flexible height. I want it to take up more space. Oh, preferred width. That's what I need. Oh no, flexible width is 1. Oh, this did not work the way I wanted to, and that makes me sad. All right, let us go back in time here. And I'm just gonna take that out because I decided I don't like it. Okay. get rid of that. And I'm gonna add in some spacing. That's really what I need. 5. Okay. There, that's better. All right, so I better make a commit here. Just make sure I save what I'm doing. Because I've done a lot. We added in a portrait, git, add, work in progress, add portrait / dialog box. Okay. And we updated the font too, but I'm not gonna ignore that. Oh, I wanted to see what the name looks like when I type a name in there. Bilbo Wagons. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's maybe make that font bigger. In our, probably pull the name out. Placeholder. Oh, interesting. What did I set the placeholder text to? 36. 42. There we go. We want it to be 42. 42. We'll do 46. 42, 44, 48, 42. Okay. Enter a name. All right. All right. I don't know if I actually need this overlay image anymore because I have this nice little box on it, or potentially I want my whole thing to have the dialog box on it. Like that. That's another option, is I do this, and then on my actual abilities table, I remove that. Oh no, that looks worse. I really actually quite like that. Do I need this overlay? It doesn't look horrible. I almost need a different overlay now. Okay. Yeah. Not horrible, not the best. I'm no designer. But we can make the portrait take up a little bit more space, maybe. Oh, I have it set to it doesn't stretch. What if I changed? Definitely think I want to pull my character name out of that. I don't know where I want to put it. But it's done something interesting here. Why is the... Oh, okay. It was just underneath that. My portrait. I don't know what I was doing before to be able to drag when I was in direct mode. So I would really like for this to just align. Align with that. And then for our abilities box, to align with that. 530. And maybe it kind of needs to be bigger or centered on the screen somehow. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe these should actually be inside of a parent object. Ooh, that's an idea. Create an empty parent. Create empty parent. And we're gonna have this thing stretch to be the whole thing. And then these. All right, so this will be, I don't know what to call this, but it'll be centered. All right, so then these things, all right, so this will do a horizontal layout. Not going to expand them, and instead it's just going to center them in the middle. I thought that would work out nicely. Oh, it's too tall. So if I shrink that down to the same height, and our portrait 520 in width. Try 600 height. If I do 600 on both of these, and then align things in the bottom lower center, and get rid of the padding on the bottom. I want the buttons to match. All right, so then this one also needs to be bottom lower center. And if I make my abilities not have padding on the top, those will line up that way. Yeah. And then we will put our character name in there. Really, we need another little wrapper around that. So our character name is going to stretch across the top, I think. So like that is wrong. So we need one more, create empty parent. And I'm just like struggling with the names of these things, but this one is gonna just go to the center. And really it needs, so this one should go top to bottom. This horizontal, this needs to go onto this object here. Yeah. And then this one should have a horizontal group. Oh no, vertical group. This one should have a vertical. Let's remove. Hang on. This one is portrait abilities. The horizontal. This one is vertical layout. For lack of a better name, remove this, add a vertical layout group like that. But it will control the width of the children. And we can actually make this one stretch. Oh, no, we want it to be centered. Width, 1200. I want it to like just sort of have don't want that. 600. Yikes. Let's go to our size there. This one, I want it to middle center it. Okay. And then our size. Like that. interesting. And essentially now this is sort of our dialogue. All right, so this should actually be our overlay. So I'll pull that out here and get rid of overlay. And this becomes our overlay. Image, black, opaque. And it should have 25 pixels of padding on each side. And why isn't it controlling the width of our children? That's what I don't quite understand. Editor. Got our name there. This thing I want to flexible width to expand. Don't quite understand why this is not. That's what I want there. Vertical. The padding doesn't make sense to me either. Or maybe I'm just not. Because the builder, middle, center. I don't understand why there's spacing on this side unless, yeah, this one's middle center as well. Oh, this thing, this has its own padding as well, so there should be no padding. All right, so I want to get rid of the padding on this, and instead, this should have spacing. There it is. Okay. And it should control the width of the children and that. Ooh, I don't want to control the height. That maybe width and height did that. There we go. Okay, and I actually think this portrait. Okay, that seems okay. Okay, that looks all right. And really it'd be nice to have like a better dialogue-ish box. What if I just make this? A better color. I wanted to have like round corners too. That's not horrible. I want, all right, in my scene, it does line up there. I want the name to be aligned, and it is. If we look at it, it actually is aligned right, but this thing doesn't have any padding, but the portrait, lower center, lower, lower right, lower left. Ah, that's what it is. This needs to be not as wide. So these buttons, this whole thing should have this portrait should have a preferred width. All right, layout element preferred width 512. Interesting. As well as this should have a preferred width of 512. So now they're even. It says, all right, they both want to take up the same amount of space. Okay. Okay, that feels good. That feels good. I would like to, make that have rounded corners. And maybe add like a little portrait picture. Like picture frame. But I'm actually pretty happy with this. Looks not horrible, right? Then we need to add in a create, you know, like make, you know, create character button. Ooh, 91. That's right. I wanted to look at the distribution on using the histogram dice analyzer. Let's do that. So before they get to the character creator, they have to make this dice analyzer. So on a 3d6. Ooh, it's not 3d6. It's 3d6 times how many of these stats? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, there's more than that. I think there's 7. Let's take a look. Loading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so 20. What's 3 times 7? 21 d6. So we have, yeah. If you get up to 91. The max you can get is 95, 96. Ooh, that doesn't sound right. I think it's actually that. The range is above that. So saying less than 51 is less than 1%. So rolling a 21 is like almost not gonna happen. Over a 96. So if you get a 96, you're doing really well. It's like a statistical anomaly. So you're trying to get, if you get above 90, you're really happy. 87 is even really good, apparently. Could sit here all day. I love fantasy role-playing games. I think I might like making characters in fantasy role-playing games more than I like, almost as much, maybe more than actually playing them. All right, so we're gonna go on a break here. I rolled a 98 and I clicked roll stats. Okay, I'm really happy. Look at how this looks nice. For me. Commit-M. Chore. Refactor layout in character creator. You never played D&D. Yeah, I think I mentioned yesterday, I'm just like, I love D&D. I haven't played in a while, but I used to play all the time. So much fun. It's just, so it's like, if you like storytelling, if you like making things, imagination stuff, it's I always call it collaborative storytelling. That's what Dungeons and Dragons is to me, is like a collaborative storytelling. So this is like, the idea of making a character is really fun. I do like fantasy role-playing games too, but like the actual, D&D collaborative storytelling is just like so awesome. I absolutely love it. I'm gonna save this. See, like me, I can't help but click this play button and click the roll. There's like the Skinner box. I just want to click roll over and over and over. All right, so the actual thing I need to do is have a make character button, which will actually make your player character object for you and like bring you into the town or whatever. And we kind of want to be able to like serialize. We need to be able to save. So your character class needs to be able to save as a file. So once you have your character, we need a, save and load feature. Yeah, so that's something that we need to add in here is a save and a load character. That turns out to be hard. Oh, because Unity doesn't have sort of dialogue boxes built in, so it sort of saves into weird places. You played it on an actual print and teletype? I know those exist. I've played Zork. I love Zork. The Zork games are really cool. I haven't played Dartmouth Adventure, but I've played Caves. What is it? Caves of something. I can't remember. And then Rogue. Those types of things. All right, I do need to take a break here. I've been going for 3 hours straight now. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'm gonna get some water, but I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. But I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be going for at least another hour-ish. All right, so hang tight. Coffee break button. Where are you? There you are. All right, I'll be back. All right, we are back. Oh, get that coffee. We are back. Ready to keep working. I want to. Yeah, I think I need to essentially figure out how to do a save system. So you create the character and it like adds that as an entry. Ariane over on YouTube. Happy New Year, happy Tuesday. I am working on a essentially an RPG, like a adventure game. I'm a computer science teacher. I'm teaching a class starting next week. I'm teaching a class called an Introduction to Unity game. Introduction to Unity class. Now, it's not a game development class, but we're going to be using game as a way to do it. So I'm putting together just like an RPG tabletop. No worries, Aryan. Welcome on. I just got back from a break. We are making an RPG. So this is sort of the character creator screen here. So the idea is to create it. I'm going to turn this into like a tutorial and a project. So I'm putting together a web page. I'm putting together a web page on how to create this project. Right, so I'm going through and making a prototype so I understand how to create it, and then massaging that down into like an actual project for people to complete. You start by making like a die roller, a dice roller, and then the next part is going to be this character creation screen. So you basically have all these stats and abilities. You roll the stats, you make a character, and you'll end up being able to select your portrait. And then you click create, and it's going to create a character. So the next thing I need to do is I need to figure out I know how to do the creation, but I need to be able to make it so that the character gets saved. So when the game sort of starts up, you have the option to load a character or create a character. So you can like continue an adventure or do a new adventure. That's sort of the idea. So this is sort of our menu system, not our menu system, but our interface for creating characters right now. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm not a designer by any means, but it's come out pretty nice here. But yeah, we have this abilities thing here. I'm pretty cool. I feel pretty satisfied with it, but I'm really excited for it. But yeah, welcome aboard. I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy that you're hanging out. What brings you here? I'm always curious. How did you stumble into this? Were you searching for something specific? Are you a Unity developer? I'm just curious. Yeah. Okay. So, what were we doing here? I need to do some research because I don't know how to like save and load. Unity doesn't have like a file system associated with it, like a dialogue that you can just save and load to your computer. Oh, thank you for the subscribe, Aryan. I appreciate that. But instead, it has sort of this idea of like a game database where it's so like if you're on the web. Awesome. I'm happy to know I got recommended to you. That's cool. That's cool. But yeah, this is day 2 essentially. So this is yesterday I started working on this. And then today I am trying to finish the character creator screen here today. I'm done. I just need to figure out how to save and load now. So I got to do a little bit of research here. So Unity save data. Awesome. Yeah, Python's good stuff. This is in Unity is C#. How long have you been programming? Persistent data. I'm gonna make a save load system. Saving and loading data in Unity. So I'm gonna have to do some research here because I've never really done this. Why you should or shouldn't save with Unity's player prefs. Best way to save. All right, so we're gonna look at a couple different things. That's awesome. Why did you decide you wanted to program? So Aryan's Aryan's newbie. Been programming for 2 months. No, everyone, look, everyone, no one starts. Everyone starts as a newbie, right? There's not a single person that's a programmer that didn't start out not knowing anything. It's one of the most unhuman things that we do is program. It's completely separate from like human, like what it means to be human. It's kind of fascinating. So there's a player prefs are not made to save game state. However, they're useful, so we'll discuss them. All right, so not used to save game state, so we're not going to do that. Okay, so saving is really easy. JSON is a human readable data format. So this is what I thought was going to happen. JSON utility is utility for API serialization. So yeah, everything I've set up so far should be serializable. But how do I save the state so I can use it between? All right, data security. Okay, but I don't want to save as like a file. The ability to read and change it is useful. Supporting, if you want cheat. In addition to these concerns, since JSON is text-based, it's more expensive for machine to parse. That is, it's slow. JSON is standard and widely used in many formats. As a result, all platforms support is strongly, which is helpful. Unity's built in the same constraint JSON utility serializer on the topic. Yeah, but how do I save game state? Part of Unity now 2020, I created a session with tips on data persistence in Unity. It covers common ways. Cool, that's awesome. I love programming. I've been programming for 25 plus years at this point. Revere, thank you for the follow. I hope that you pronounce it. You're welcome to lurk. Welcome aboard. Stay as long as you'd like. Ask questions. I'm here trying to learn Unity. I know I'm a pretty good programmer, but I've been tasked with teaching a Unity class. I've done Unity stuff for a couple years, but never had to teach it. Yeah, so I've never had to teach Unity, and I want to teach it the right way. So one of the things that is always frustrating to me about Unity is that tutorials online really just teach you really bad practices in general, not all of them. Ariane over on YouTube, yeah, I do have a Discord. There's a link to it if you want to join, hang out with us, ask questions, share the stuff you're working on. I'd love to have you with us. And I'm saying Revere. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. But yeah, there's these things called anti-patterns, which are like the bad things that people do, the bad ways to do things. So I'm trying to figure out how to do this so I can create a multiple projects. This is going to be their first project, but projects for my students that teach good software engineering practices. Well, also teach. So Unity has this, programming in general, not just Unity, you can fall into these traps where your program can't grow and scale. It's really easy for the logic and complexity of a program to blow up out of control. So I'm trying to create projects about how to manage non-trivial programs. How do you make a program that like can just grow bigger and bigger? How are we managing the complexity of our program? And Unity, just like with any tool, in any like non-trivial tool, has 1,000,001 options. And so it gets massive and out of control very quickly if you're not careful. So it's all about like, why do we, making good design choices is important. Yeah, Unity, like I said, Unity lends itself to being very, very frustrating and sad. Oh, no, that's okay. Let's take a look at it. That's just there to stop the spammers. My ad blocker. Ooh, this looks cool. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. Did you make these 3D models? Oh, this is in Blender. Wow. Dude, that's so cool. That's really cool. Awesome. Awesome. Aryan's asking, what languages do I code in? Many languages. I'm doing C# right now. I programmed in Java for a long time. I worked for a company where I did a lot of Python and TypeScript and HTML, CSS stuff. I don't know if I consider those programming languages. They're coding language, HTML, CSS. Yeah, I am not a designer. Yeah, I'm not a designer, so that stuff. But I've done a lot of PHP as well. My favorite language right now happens to be C#. Oh no, that right now I'm in love with C#, but Haskell. Let me say Haskell and Racket and Scheme are some of my favorite languages. Oh, C#. I have just so the way I feel about C# is whoever's the Microsoft, the people working on developing the C# language clearly use C# because it always feels like they're trying to make programming in C# just a little bit nicer. One of the things that always frustrated me about Java was it's like, oh, here's this very Java way to Java way to do it. We're not gonna try and make things nicer. It's like, keep doing it the Java way. Although from what I understand, Java has gotten a little bit better in that regard. But man, C# has just, like you've said, a breath of fresh air. It has a great type system. Has all kinds of awesome stuff built into it. It's great. Oh, okay. PHP never knows what it wants. PHP has like gnarly syntax stuff going on with it. Best way to save data. Platform independent. One way of saving data in Unity is platform way is to use player preps class. Player preps is a static class. Very easy to use, but not reliable. Persistent. Maybe I need to use a SQLite. Maybe. Ugh. It's a data container useful for unchanging data, suitable for large unchanging data, and amazingly reduce your project's memory. Scriptable objects? Okay. Rave has told us, is it okay if I call you Rave? Adding the IR is hard for me at the end for whatever reason. All right, scriptable object. So let me ask you then, Rave, scriptable object, is this persistent between sessions? So like if I hit run, do some stuff, hit stop, will it save it between sessions? And the other one is, does it work with like WebGL? So like if I build this for the web, can I use this as like my save load system in the web? One of the main use cases which allows to reduce your product memory usage is useful. Players have prefab stores unchanged data in attached mono behavior. Every time you instantiate the prefab, it'll get its own copy of that data instead of using the method. Just like mono behaviors. Saving and storing data during an editor session, saving data as an asset in your project to use at runtime. So I need it to be persistent between sessions. Especially in WebGL. So that's one thing. WebGL persistent data. Copying to and reading. How do you save game data when playing a Unity GL? Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll use player preps, but but maybe not. So let's look at Unity player prefs. Unity player prefs. So this is where we run it. Player prefs is a class that stores player preferences between game sessions. It can store strings, floats, integer values into the user's platform registry. Unity stores player prefs in a local registry without encryption. Do not use player prefs to store sensitive data. Okay. Which operating system you're using? So I'm trying to keep it simple as possible, right? So I would like there to be this idea of a local data store for the user. So player prefs is probably not the right way to save like a player state, although we might make it so that you can have like, yeah. Because I'm going to be serializing this as a string. Okay, so Rave, you only get 1 megabyte to work with, which is quite limiting. But I would like persistence. So I guess if you wanted to do persistence in the web, you would really need a database somewhere. So maybe, so I think what I might do is create a save load system just for, I might write that myself, where there's like a database that my students can use. Save load connects to Firestore or something. And then I'll set it up so that there's an interface, like this database interface that we can like save and load to, and sort of give them that, say, okay, don't worry about this. Here's this thing that will save and load to a database in this way. So if you're on WebGL, it's a problem. But then if you're running locally, it just saves to the file system. So it will, we'll just have an interface like an iDatabase that depending on your platform picks what you want. I think that's what we'll end up doing. All right, that's a little bit sad, but that's okay. What I want to do is I need to be able to serialize my player to like a JSON essentially. So we want to be able to serialize here. And so it shouldn't be too hard to do that. It shouldn't be too hard to do that. We have a bunch of stuff. Oh, this is all in like the root. All right, this isn't part of the project. This is in the above the project level. Okay. So in our Ariane, so it's Faint. Welcome to Twitch. So like, come on in. Yeah, so I cross stream to YouTube because Twitch doesn't let you keep more than 7 days. So I actually like streaming to Twitch a little bit better because it gives me more people are looking for this type of stuff on Twitch. It gives me more of an audience. And so I cross stream to YouTube. But yeah, welcome to Twitch. It would be great if you had a standard API that means students could run each other's games. Ooh, that's beautiful, Smab. I love that idea. That's a great idea. So you could like load a module. Ooh, I do. Oh, I should make an API for this. Yes, Smab, that's genius. I love that. So I have a range of students. So this class, this is their first project. This class is targeted at people who have completed at least 1 semester of C#. So they should be approachable by like complete beginners. So I need to build, yeah, so it should be approachable by complete beginners. Not quite complete beginners, someone who has completed a semester in C#. So my youngest students will have C# under their belt minus classes. So they've learned variables, methods, they've learned records in C#, but not really done any deep classes. Yeah, so maybe I do keep it limited to the player prefs. So that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna potentially create an interface called like iDatabase, and one of the implementations will be player prefs database. So that's the player database. But I want to teach good practices. That's the thing. I want to teach good practices. But I think what I'll do is I'll have an iDatabase, and then there will be like a player prefs database that knows how to read and write to it, but comes with a warning that says this is a little bit, you know, dangerous, considered bad practice, but it's a nice way to keep the like most recent player data saved. But we need to, in our data model here, all of these things need to be serializable. So we need to be able to serialize our player. And so I'm gonna write in our data serializer. So this is going to be a class that knows how to serialize various things. So it's going to be a utility class that knows how to serialize things. Although maybe I should, maybe not. Maybe in I think I need to make an interface in data. JSON. Yeah, I know. I've used the built-in JSON utility is a little bit tricky to get right. But I think I don't, again, keeping it simple, right? Let's see if we can get it to work. Unity JSON utility. From JSON and to JSON. Oh, I have used the Newtonsoft JSON. So is it installed by default within like a Unity project? So the data should be relatively simple, right? So the data is going to be relatively strings and integers and enums. That's it. The idea is your player character is like stripped down to its essence here. And so like our sprite database, what's nice is we've set up our sprite database in a way that we have like key to the sprite. So the player character doesn't actually store the sprite. It stores a, you know, reference. It stores a key of like, well, what sprite should we do? And so it's going to be able to look it up that way. So we use that to pull it in. So our player character, we have a name. We have, you know, public string sprite, sprite key, or portrait sprite key, like that, and that will let us go back to it. So it should be relatively simple, but I think, and C# likes to do this, so we'll do it, namespace adventure quest dot data public interface iJSONable. And we basically want to have a thing here that says like to JSON from JSON. Maybe. Let me do a test here. Maybe I don't want an interface iJSONable. Instead, maybe just pass things in and hope for the best. That's like not the way to do it. All right, I'm gonna add a button here that lets us serialize this character that we have. It's gonna take the character and serialize it out for us. Turn it into a character object, and then we'll have like a test script that's like prints out the information. We want to be able to save and load, serialize and unserialize these things. So in our builder here, we're going to add in a button. Here, create UI button. All right. Ugh, buttons like that. I need to make prefab for our yeah, I should have done that a long time ago. Prefab, UI elements, create prefab an option here? Yeah. Button. This is just like my button. And inside of this, well, actually, can I add it to the top level? Yeah. This is gonna be instead. Hang on. Let's do it this way. Delete this prefab. Create button. I should have done this forever ago. What? Why did that? UI element. Shouldn't it show up at the bottom there? Weird. Did I break? There it goes. Okay. This button. Let's make this a prefab. All right, and this button, it's gonna have 300 by 50. And we need to make sure it has the right font. So this will make it easy to swap out all our fonts and text and stuff. So I should have made all of these elements a long time ago. So I'm feeling a little bit bad about that. So when I go to make my tutorial, I'll be like, okay, well, you want to make these into prefabs because being able to change the font, although we haven't introduced font. So when we introduce this font, I'm gonna do it there. All right, so we're using this font. And this one is the no border font because on the buttons, we don't want a border. And the font size, I think, was 48, 42. What font size am I using on these in this scene? Take a look at, why is this down here? I'm fascinated by this whole, I think I'd be better at this by now, but I'm not. 64 is my height and 48. All right, so let's go into our button prefab. I'm gonna go 64 and we'll set the font to 48. And then we're gonna come in and we're gonna say that this thing has an element layout and has a preferred height of 64 and it has a flexible width. That's like the default prefab. When we add things to scenes, we want it to look that way. Okay. And so let's get rid of this button, get rid of that. And now if we add a button in here, it, interestingly enough, doesn't scale the way we want, but that might just be because, oh, I put it, how do I, reordering things can be a nightmare sometimes. What did I do? Button, preferred height, flexible width. Builder. Is it just because I need to make this a little bit bigger? What is happening here? Where did it go? Where did you go, button? Builder, control height. Okay. Yeah, and then this thing, interestingly enough, I don't want it to control height. I always get confused with these things. Why isn't this expanding to the width though? It actually says it is. Oh, the scale's off. Okay, there we go. And now in here, this whole thing, I want this whole height to be better. The right, ugh. Middle, center, middle, lower center. There. And let's add in some spacing 20. Okay. All right. Sizing things is hard. UI stuff sucks. I'm terrible at it. I'm terrible at it. All right. So this button is actually going to be our create character button. Okay. So that's the button you'll click, create character. Character. Okay. If we try to click this and the name isn't valid, we'll get a thing like that. But we're gonna attach in our builder controller when our name changes. So it needs a reference to, I think I already have that set up, the character name, label, input, on change. Yeah, so our builder controller, we get a name already. It knows how to get a name. The on error is interesting. I thought I had it displaying an error. If we type in a bad name, it should display an error, but we'll see. At some point, I think I lost that event, so I'm going to come in here and look at it. Yeah, the on error. Oh, I lost my error text at some point. Okay, that's what happened. I lost my error text, so we're going to create a new text label, and 64 centered and 0 0 96. Center this in the middle of the screen. Center. Center. Error message. Let's give it a font like that. And we should add this to our prefab, just like a text element like that. And our error message, though, is going to actually be, so error message is actually going to be a little bit bigger. So let's set this height to 200. Let's set the font to 108, error message. And let's set the color like that. Let's also add a background. Can I add a background image? Image. Nope. So we need to add a parent. Insert. Create empty parent. And this one should go all the way across. Maybe not. Maybe it's just centered. 0 0. Like that, and then our error message expands inside. Yeah, and then this thing will have a little black opaque thing. So the error message sort of shows up above everything. Okay, so this will be our error message script. Can't add. I don't want to add a text mesh pro. Oh, this. Error message should be here. It just hides that thing, so it's a little bit. Incorrect from what I want. For now, we'll do this. We'll do this for now. So I have my builder controller on error, my error message. Send message, is that what it is? Let's look at what error message. Display error. So it should be display error. Error message. Display error, like that. Okay. So if we have an invalid name now, at some point I accidentally deleted that thing, which is, I don't know when that happened. Okay, so now if I enter an invalid name, character name must be at least 3 characters. Bob, don't get an error. Yeah, there we go. And this is why I wanted the little like dialogue to come up and show the whole thing a little bit. So my error message script unfortunately isn't particularly good. So I need to fix it. So instead, my error message script, instead of requiring this component, it'll have a reference to one. So instead, it will have a private text field like this, and this will need to be serialized like that, and this becomes text field like that. So that will set the text, and now I can create the outside, the little pop-up that I wanted, and move that out. So we have create an empty parent like we did before, centered 3000, 1280, 600. Okay, and this will be error dialog, and add a component image, and we'll just make it an opaque thing so you can see the error message. And then it might make sense to add like a little button you can click in there, but I'm not too worried about it at this point. Oh, I got to move the error message script onto that. Because the script, the script, so let's fix that real quick. There's some attachments I need to do. So the error message should actually be there. So this no longer has it. And the text field is here. Set the hide delay to 3. And then we have to reattach the on error here to error message, display error. Save. All right, now let's test it. So it should automatically turn itself off to start out. And so now we have like an error dialog. This should be a prefab as well. And maybe make a button that's like a, you know, almost like a modal. Character name must be at least 3 characters. Almost works. Almost works. This text, resize, there it goes. So now it's going to be stuck in there. So my bounds, I needed to change how it was attached inside. The font seems maybe a little too big too, 72, 96. Let's try a longer error message, lorem ipsum. So an error message with a couple sentences like that. It'd be nice to, ooh, too much text. Like that, and maybe interesting Let's make this have a horizontal or a vertical layout group. Control the width and height. And we'll add in some padding like that. Still really hard to read. I think I'm bad at design. Clearly, I am terrible at design. We'll do it that way. And let's make the image actually be one of the dialogue boxes. So we have dialogues like that, and we'll just have it be like that. Have the air come up that way, and it'll disappear on its own after a second, but just to have the dialogue appear in that regard. In that way, in that regard. Interesting way to say something like that. 84. Air dialogue. Let's give it a little bit more padding. 25. Okay. Okay. Then it makes sense to have like an OK button or a close or something like that. But yeah, have a little dialogue pop up for us. Be nice to animate it, but I don't want to get crazy. I don't want to get crazy. Keep things simple. Keep things simple for now. So if we try and character name must be at least 3 characters, and then it disappears. So it'd be nice to have like an OK button show up here. That looks okay. It's a little bit obnoxious. Ooh, that's a good roll. 96. Okay. So make it so the create character button sort of validates thing and attempts to create the character. We can go ahead and hide this. I think I'm gonna prefab my error dialogue. Okay, and then I can hide that. Let's do a commit because we just added an error dialogue. Added a bunch of stuff apparently. Bunch of prefabs. Okay. Ooh, the JSONable thing I don't want to do. Reset. And let's delete this JSONable. We're gonna, before we make an interface for that, we're gonna look at maybe just using the JSON thing directly. Get status. Status. My dog is whining outside my door. Got these buttons. Okay, so get commit -m work in progress add error dialogue /UI prefabs. Okay. Okay, so we got our error dialogue. Got our prefabs. Did I accidentally commit something dumb? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, so now we have this button. So we can actually, in our controller, we have the character builder controller. Now we have a button. So we have this reroll. Public thing should come first. We are going to do a public void create character. So it's going to take all of the data here, the abilities and the name. It has both of those things. And it's going to validate it and create a character. So there's one thing that by default, the name's not set to anything. So we're going to do the following. If name is null or name is, we'll just do this. We will do on error invoke. You must name your character. And then we return. create a static method, private static bool validate name, string name. And it's going to return is valid name. Return name is not equal to null. And name is if it is not a valid name, you must name your character. And then here we do the same thing. If is valid name value. So if it's not a valid name, we display the error. When you click create, it says you must create your character. So that's the only real error we can have here. So now we're gonna do a player. We need a reference to our sprite as well. Okay, so we need one other thing here. So that's gonna be a private string player portrait sprite key is going to be a string.empty to start, I suppose. And then this thing, we need to have a setter for that as well. Yeah, so then we'll have a public string portrait sprite key. Honestly, this one's just kind of a set value, but we can make it have a get as well. So get string, get portrait sprite key, and set there's no reason so basically if it's null, if value is null, or value it's null on error invoke character sprite must be non-null. Really, this just like should never happen in this situation. So we're gonna throw an exception actually. Throw new system dot argument exception cannot set portrait to null. Okay, so we can't set the portrait null, and then we are going to portrait sprite key equals value. So ideally, like really, the way this thing you interact with this thing, it shouldn't be possible to set it to null. But I'm sure you could break things. Yeah, so now we have everything we need to make it. So when we're changing our sprite, we need to register ourselves on our portrait controller. So when the portrait controller changes, our builder controller updates itself. So we'll see how we can do that. Builder, portrait controller has an onChange sprite. So our onChange should probably be like a sprite entry. Maybe it's a sprite, but we're going to have another onChange in there. So that is our portrait selector. onChange sprite. And then we have another. Do we have two events? So we want to listen for slightly. So I could make it be a sprite entry. But then the image itself, I couldn't just do a set image. So I'm going to add in a second. Is that what I want to do? I need like a converter from sprite entry to sprite. Because the way the portrait image works here is we've registered this thing. And so the image itself wouldn't be able to update its sprite this way. So I think I'm going to do on key change. on key change, and this one's going to be a string. And essentially just send out these, both of them on key change. And really, I should be isolating that here. So then I'm going to do a private. This is private int current index. Get goes to current index. That our current index is going to be value, and then we sort of invoke these things. Like that, and then dot. Oh, we don't return. There's no way to get this sprite entry. Okay, so our portrait database needs a little bit of work then. Or sprite database. Because right now there's no way to get a list of them in a thing. So you can get the sprite. This should return a sprite entry. Sprite entries are immutable. Yeah, so this should return a sprite entry. This should be a dictionary of sprite entries. And this is why you prototype. Because now when I go to tell my students, so the sprite entry should be the database sprite. Just go straight into entry. Yeah. Like that. So now we'll be able to get the entry out. So this is going to break the code elsewhere. Let's close others. You compile for us so we can see the error now. Masood on YouTube, sorry if I missed your comment there. Hello. I just saw it now. I'm so focused here on what I'm doing. Happy Tuesday, Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping in. So in our portrait selector now, yeah, so this will be sprite entry equals portrait database dot get current index, and then this will be our entry dot sprite and this is we want the key essentially on change dot invoke on key change invoke entry dot name. Okay, and our start here, we can essentially do the following now. We set our current index equal to 0 when we start out, and that should automatically invoke these things like this. Auto magically is what I like to tell my students. Oh, this shouldn't be current. This should be current index. Interesting. I should probably make it so this wraps that value. So this should be value mod portrait database dot count, but then it could be negative. So we want to add the count in. Is this how we do this? This feels awkward. Int count. Because this will go to a negative value. We add the count in again. And then mod it again. Now it'll wrap it between 0 and the balance. Like that. So now this next just becomes current index plus plus. Current index. Current. Well, there's all this extra stuff, so it can't figure it out. Minus. Simplified that though. Start sets current index to 0. All right. This is going to tell me that primary index can be removed as value assigned to it is never read. That's value assigned to it is never read. Oh, because we didn't do value equals. Yeah, so this should be current index equals. Oh, no, this should be current index equals like this. I don't understand this warning. Value mod. I'm a little confused as to that warning there. Trying to understand what it's saying. I don't quite get it. I probably broke everything with all these changes, but let's look at it. Okay, so ideally on key change, we're gonna register our builder. And this is going to change our portrait sprite key within. And we should be able to watch that. Well, it's not serialized, which is fine. Let us see if our next button works, though. In a moment, if Unity will load. I'm so close. I'm so close to being done with my goal for today. I can still change my portrait, so that didn't break. Bob. Click create character. All right. I'm assuming that's invoking something. All right. So my portrait seems to still be working. My button. So create character button. I want this to call the create character. Okay. And so now in our builder, the script called create character, I want to see if I can serial that was the whole thing. I was trying to get to the point where I could actually serialize. So we get create character. We're here. I needed to get the portrait because now I can do player character equals new player character. Takes in the name and abilities, and it needs to take in a portrait now too. Portrait sprite key. Okay, so let's go to our player character, string portrait sprite key. Portrait sprite key, and we'll set this to portrait sprite key equals portrait, and of course I spelled it portrait, and we'll do another null check here. Portrait sprite key equals null, like that. All right, so we have that here. We can make a player character now. I want to serialize this, so we need JSON utility dot to JSON, and this isn't gonna work. Almost certainly gonna work. Does it return a string? Yeah. String as JSON. Let's see what happens. And pretty much nothing in this is like marked as serializable. So I'm pretty sure this is gonna fail horribly. No argument given. Ooh, when this thing starts, give it. I guess maybe we could actually allow. Yeah. I would like to. Maybe we allow this to be null. It's not gonna. It's gonna tell us that we can't use this. Maybe the player portrait can be null. It's like, what would it be by default? I don't know. We'll do string.empty for now. What is this even? A player character controller? Fascinating. All right. I'm pretty sure when I click this create button, it's gonna completely fail because I haven't made everything within serializable. But let's give it a shot. Okay. And it should set the portrait by default because it has that listener. Let's see what happens. Come on. But yeah, so if you change your keys, it'll mess some things up. So this error message is the no, the player will never see this. This is a developer error message. So this essentially should never happen. Otherwise I would use the on error thing. So this should never happen at runtime. So if you get that, so that should be an error that is not trying to be caught. That's a developer error. It should only appear when you're developing. Bob. All right, so we get an empty JSON object, which is not what we would really want. That's bad. That's kind of funny. All right, we want to actually get. All right, so I think close. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, like in our player character, what we need to do is we're gonna make everything. I don't know. There's something I do frequently that causes that to open. And drives me nuts. But I'm pretty sure if I do system.serializable, right? So this needs to be serializable, and all of the and then abilities needs to be serializable. Oh no. I don't think that is going to be serializable. It's a good question. I sort of looked into that. If I semi looked into that and couldn't quite figure it out if that was exactly what I wanted or not. I need to double check if that's the case. But you are almost certainly correct. So ability score. And then ability. I think these are serial. Do I have to put? I don't think I have to actually put that on there. Let's leave that off and see what happens. And I think I might have to put like serialized field on all the things I want to serialize. That's actually what I have to do. I'm a little annoyed that the documentation doesn't seem that great. Okay, well, it's showing here that... Yeah, it's because those are public. All right, so I need to actually add the... All right, whatever we want to serialize needs to be marked as serializable. Serialized field. And it should be field. Smab, you're right, though. I should be using debug.assert on these. So this is going to be a problem because you can't serialize dictionaries, I don't think. So we'll have to have like an underlying list that gets serialized, and when it gets set, field serialize. So this needs to have unity. Dot engine. Good, good. Yeah, I have a book that's learning. Here. Oh, that was disappointing. Okay. Yeah, I have learning C# developing games. So I was considering whether or not to use this book here with my students, and I'm too picky, I think, and so I ended up not liking the book. There were things about the book I didn't like, so I was like, well, I guess I have to write my own. So if I do a serializer on this, so you have to add these if you want to be able to serialize. It needs to be able to load it. Should have done a commit before I started. I'm doing so many changes right now. All right, let us go back. Well, these might need to be just like calculated values, and then you would need to serialize them this way. But yeah, I don't think you can serialize that. Want to import that for me? There you go. Modifiers doesn't need to be serialized. Those don't need to be serialized. Okay. Let's try again. I don't think you can serialize dictionaries though. Let's try again here with Bob. So we get something, but I don't think. Yeah, portrait, K backfield. Yeah, the dictionary didn't serialize in there, which is really annoying. So let's think what to do. That's really annoying. I might have to solve this problem later. I'm going to quite long for me today, very long, and I need to step away from this. I think do a little research. It's nice for simple things, but that dictionary, we want this to be a dictionary, really, but we cannot serialize the dictionary. All right, so I'm gonna have to stop here. Little disappointed I didn't quite finish what I wanted. I'm happy with this character creation scene, the way it layouts and looks, and the font's okay. I need to figure out how to actually do this create character button. So in that respect, as far as what I was trying to accomplish today, we actually create a player character, but we need to serialize it. So sign off. Today finished. Layout / design of character creation scene. But all right, so and real quick, anyone feel free to join the Discord if you want to do sign-ons and sign-offs. No worries, Smab. It's been wonderful having you hang out with me during Advent of Code. Yeah, so you're welcome back anytime. No worries, but thank you for letting me know, so I wasn't worried about you if I don't see you for a while. I appreciate it. Today, finished layout, character creation scene, creates a player character object, but does not serialize the player character. No bonuses were finished. Next time, research how to serialize character. JSON utilities doesn't seem to work well because of dictionary. All right, well, I'm pretty happy with where I am today. Made some good progress. But I'm gonna stop here. So as always, thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Thanks for watching. As you know, I want everyone here to keep growing, keep coding, and as always, you're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day.